this morning with two presentations. First is on planning for decommissioning, and second one will be more on technical and safety guidelines for decommissioning. Next slide, please. Thank you. You probably discussed already definition of decommissioning. I mean the IA definition of decommissioning. That is based on General Safety Requirements Part 6, decommissioning of facilities. This definition is very long. It is a safety-oriented, but basically it is, the core of definition is about removal of regulatory controls from a facility and site. So, for example, if we do speak about the disposal facility for the radioactive waste, we cannot use the term decommissioning because there will be regulatory control forever. So, in this case, we can say that it is about a closure. Also, in case of a large nuclear site, Sellafield as an example in UK, I often heard that they have a prioritized focus on decommissioning of first Magnox legacy ponds that are full of used spent fuel and other materials. So it must be removed, and the ponds will be decommissioned. They will not be decommissioned. There will still be a regulatory control. They will be dismantled, removed, demolished, whatever, but certainly not decommissioned. This definition also says that the aspects of decommissioning have to be considered throughout the other 5 major stages. So here is mentioned sitting, design, construction, commissioning, and operation, and decommissioning as a 6th stage. I would add to it, those are maybe considerations for the future, that decommissioning might be considered even at the design phase of the facility. We have something like this in development for small modular reactors, decommissioning by design. So this might be considered even before the design, before the sitting. The same, for example, for the fusion facilities that like this big one, ITER in France, they also do have some decommissioning consideration at the design stage. Aspects of the decommissioning typically include planning, conducting of decommissioning actions, and termination, the authorization for decommissioning. There may be a period of transition between permanent shutdown. However, there are some situations that there is no transition period. I will tell you something about it later. And typically, there is some kind of authorization to begin decommissioning actions. License, permission, whatever. Next slide, please. In a General Safety Requirements Part 6 and some additional follow-up safety guidelines, there are recognized 2 to 3 main decommissioning strategies. First one is immediate dismantling. It means that decommissioning actions begin shortly, few years after the permanent shutdown. Because this word immediate in English, it means like this. No, it will not be like this. There will be certainly some time needed for the preparation and for the post-operational actions. It should be preferred strategy. However, there may be situations in which it is not a practicable solution when all relevant factors are considered. For example, there are not exist disposal routes for some materials and waste to be generated. Graphite is a typical solution. And in this case, there are immediate, but again, not like immediate, needs in availability of human, technical, and financial resources to perform decommissioning and waste management operations. Yes, so typically after the operation of nuclear power plant, there are still available human resources. There might be available technical resources, and there should be available also financial resources, because nuclear power plants should accumulate resources for its decommissioning. But we have other nuclear facilities where it may be not the case. Then deferred dismantling is the approach where all or part of a nuclear facility is either processed or placed in safe storage and maintained until it is subsequently decontaminated or dismantled. This deferred dismantling is the agency terminology. Safe storage is also terminology that is often used. There is a UK terminology, surveillance and maintenance. There is a US terminology, safe store. So there are different wordings, but basically it is the same thing. Next slide, please. Safe enclosure needs to be established and the facility maintained in a safe configuration so that the subsequent decontamination and or dismantling can be performed. It is very important because such safe enclosure may last decades, many decades, 3, 4, 5, 50 years. And it's necessary even during this time, though access of workforce will be very limited, restricted, it's necessary to maintain the structures in a good shape, to avoid creation of legacy in terms that, without any control and in unpredictable state, when the real final dismantling will start, the facility must be in a good shapen up to avoid that something will fall and the structure will collapse and it will be dangerous for the people, and it must be really still in a good enough shape. And of course that deferred dismantling causes special challenges such as long-term knowledge management, physical deterioration of structures. That's what I mean. Long-term knowledge management is a specific issue, because if there will be safe enclosure for 40, 50 years, so means there are 2, maybe even 3 generations of nuclear engineers, and long-term knowledge management is very important, not only in terms of to having data records, whatever knowledge available, but to have it also in the form that is readable after the 4 years. We can read papyrus from Egyptian time, thousands years ago, but we cannot, or with difficulties, we can read diskettes that was available like 10 years ago, or CD. You have now laptops without any CD or DVD driver. So really, this must be also considered to have the information in some suitable form. And of course, another thing is records, data, data sheets. It can be somehow available, but there is also memory and knowledge in the brains of the people, brains of the staff that work for the facility, and it is not always recorded. It is not always captured. So there are special challenges, in this regard. Then in GSR Part 6, there is also recognized a combination of both strategies as a decommissioning strategy, because it can be practicable on the basis of safety of environmental requirements, technical considerations, and local conditions. So, for example, when in the one site there are more nuclear units in operation, and maybe also some other facilities, and there are new facilities that will be in operation longer, maybe it's good to have the old facility somehow keeping the safe enclosure for the time when the new facility will be shut down, and do decommissioning in parallel. again, must be considered all possible inputs to it. And there is also another point. Here is a diplomatic expression, in situ decommissioning, but it is called also entombment or in situ disposal or whatever. And here it is in GSR part 6 is written that it may be considered as a solution or under exceptional circumstances. So to leave the facility at the site with some arrangements might be considered, but there might be, but then really under exceptional circumstances. For example, post-accident circumstances, or maybe some other very practical reasons. For example, some older first pioneer facilities were built underground, or were built inside the mountain, inside the rock, you know, in the like big tunnel. So maybe under this situation, it's a really better solution to have it like in situ decommissioning, to leave it there. However, must be considered all possible environmental and local factors, you know, not to avoid dangerous for the future generations. Next slide, please. This is the typical decommissioning schedule. You can find it in some agency reports, and though it is not exactly, you know, it is a schematic. So one must have some objections, but it is a really nice schematic. So you can see there is a radiological hazard versus time. So during the operation is a radiological hazard more or less the same. Then permanent shutdown is coming, and there is indicated this transition period. Well, in some even agency publications is use term transition period. I don't like this because, but it is probably maybe specific of English. For us, period is something what is periodical. There is nothing periodical on transition phase. It is a one-time phase, and it will not be repeated. So simply call it transition from operation to decommissioning, or transition phase is likely more correct. Anyway, during transition phase is typically operational license still valid. And within this license is possible to do fuel removal, drainage of circuits, conditioning of operational waste, maybe to some extent cleaning and decontamination. Then for implementation of decommissioning strategy must be available some kind of license, permission, whatever. And there you can see there are indicated two basic options: immediate dismantling, so radiological hazard will go quickly, but it may take also some years down, and safe enclosure where radiological hazard also decreasing because of natural decay, and final dismantling is done later, 50 years later or something like this. So I think that it is a very nice schedule with a schematic, you know, overview of those two options. And as I said, combination of both options. So there must be maybe everything in between immediate dismantling and safe enclosure. Next slide, please. On the next slide, I tried to summarize some key considerations on safety, planning, and implementation. So I mentioned already that decommissioning is a safety-driven activity that requires authorization. It is the last phase in the facility lifetime. It is absolutely normal phase. Nothing is wrong on that, which can be avoided. I'm always telling to some of my colleagues that are more on the operational side when they complain that we are forced them to decommission. I'm saying them, no, we don't. Have operation as long as you wish. Only be prepared that decommissioning will come, you want it or not. Early planning is necessary. I will have a couple of more slides about that. And here I would like to highlight decommissioning planning for existing facilities. So if they are facilities in operation already for 30, 40 years. So there can be improved some, decommissioning considerations, maybe in preparation, but you can hardly do anything with the original design. It will stay like this. Versus decommissioning for the new nuclear facilities like SMRs or fusion facilities or some other exotic facilities. So in this case, decommissioning might be considered and might be done better selection of materials, can be done proper decommissioning, preparation of knowledge management for the future actions. Can be done even some design features, for example, in future allow for full scope decontamination or things like this, or modular designs to have parts easily accessible. Then the next point is a fund accumulation. So it is on polluter basis. So it is very typical for nuclear power plants that there is established fund, either controlled by the utility or controlled by the state, or maybe even combination of both, where certain small percentage of electricity price is accumulated to the fund for the future action. Well, of course, that to calculate this levy, there must be some kind of decommissioning plan and some kind of decommissioning costing, estimation of cost to calculate it, and it may change during the time. Depends on expected long operation, depends on price of the electricity, depends on many other things. So it is really a long-term prediction of the financial situation. I am somehow not expert in this field, but I know that there are really very serious calculations about how to accumulate enough decommissioning funds. And typically these funds covered not only decommissioning, but also spent fuel management and also spent fuel management, though one might say that it is from the operation, so somehow it can be covered by operational costs. It is basically the same thing. It is a backend that must be covered by this fund. Strategies, certainly immediate dismantling is considered as a preferred strategy. Deferred dismantling is also recognized decommissioning strategy, including combination of both. Then what is important, that decommissioning is implemented as a project with multiple phases. During the operation of nuclear power plants, you don't want to see changes, stable operation for some years, exchange of fuel, and again operation or not. In some reactors do not need, or they have continuous exchange of fuel. So you don't want to see like projects. You would like to see very stable situation. Of course, that for research reactors it is different. They would like to do all of those, crazy actions with research that researchers can project. For the decommissioning, it is different. Situation is changing practically every day, and it must be there must be really in place project managers that do understand the overall process and that it is very well planned in advance. The next point is gradual removal of hazards. It is certainly true from the overall perspective. However, there might be situation when some short-term increasing of hazard is acceptable to achieve overall decreasing of hazard. For example, there might be situations when there is a legacy pond with spent fuel or some other materials inside. So of course that the removal of this material and to places elsewhere is a risky operation, yes, because you will lost radiation protection through the water, so something might stuck, something might happen during the operation. Anyway, it is a quite acceptable short time increasing of the hazard to achieve a better situation later on. Protection of workers, public and the environment. Again, it is important because, as I said, situation is changing, and it is radiation. Here it means radiation protection of workers, but also industrial protection of workers, also public and the environment, because something might happen and one has to be prepared for it. Industrial safety aspects, it is also very important. Not all facilities of the, for example, nuclear power plant are somehow touched by nuclear island. Yes, we have nuclear island, we have also non-nuclear island. So, for example, demolition of cooling towers or some chimneys, huge constructions that are practically clean from the viewpoint of nuclear radiation, but they do represent significant industrial operations that are accompanied with significant industrial risk. And for this must be really invited vendors, companies, subcontractors that are very knowledgeable how to do it, and they can do it in accordance with all possible industrial rules. Next slide, please. Here I try to summarize the key considerations on technical aspects. So, the first point is that spent fuel and operational waste should be removed during transition phase. It is very important to have somehow the facility clean and prepared for the decommissioning actions. There are, however, cases where it is not possible, even in practice. So in this case, special measures must be taken to have the work safely done. Main decommissioning activities here is mentioned. I should add here also planning and preparations. But in terms of physical activities, this is the physical and radiological characterization, then decontamination, dismantling and demolition, and actually also any other D word that you can imagine, like disassembling or deconstruction or deactivation, and I think that some other words are also exist. Decommissioning technologies are in principle available and well developed, but R&D is needed in some cases. For example, for post-accident or legacy facilities. Very important part, and usually also the most expensive part of the decommissioning, is the management of radioactive waste and clearance of materials. Clearance is very, very important because I will just say 90%, it can be plus minus, of material is in fact clean and can be released after the measurements outside the facility for the further reuse, and thus it will significantly decrease influence on disposal facility. That is very important. A huge amount of non-radioactive waste is generated, but there might be also generated hazardous waste, like asbestos, for example. So in this case, again, specialized companies might come and to take an action. And of course, there might be various combinations. So again, can be radioactive asbestos and those kind of unpleasant materials. Then remediation action, if needed. I can imagine that some facilities that did not have a problematic operation, they are very clean. There is also very clean site that can be released out of the control. But in some cases, control of the site is needed, radiological survey, and after that some remediation action in terms of removal of the contaminated soil or any other remediation activities that is needed. And last but not least is release of the site from regulatory control. We have there later considerations on unrestricted use, so site can be used for whatever for the use, or restricted use. So in this case, there are prescribed some activities, industrial activities most likely, or new nuclear activities that can be further developed at the site. Next slide, please. Now let's come back a little bit into the planning. For the planning purposes, there need to be assumed some planning basis, some concept for the required activities. And it should be rather on the conservative side for funding purposes. So typically for the decommissioning plan, I will show it to you later. There are established some kind of assumptions that the facility, for example, will be in operation for 40 years. After that, it will be either immediate dismantling or deferred dismantling. So at least to have two options, three probably it's better. Site will be reused for something else, you know. So those kind of basic assumptions must be done. There are typically three stages of planning. First of all, initial planning that is initiated, that is done at the phase of sitting, construction, of operation. I would say even in the phase of design. Then ongoing planning, that is, you know, update of initial plan during operation, because there are new information, new situation, new development, new ideas. There is a typical time, you know, update every 5 years, but you know, it really depends on requirement of the regulator, how often. And the final planning that is complete prior to or at the final shutdown. And final planning, final decommissioning plan is the basis for decommissioning license. So it is typically presented to the regulator, and based on this is provided some kind of authorization to implement decommissioning. The degree of details will vary from facility to facility. I already mentioned yesterday graded approach. So something more simple for simple facility and something more sophisticated, more developed for the larger facility, and will increase from the initial to the final decommissioning plan. So at the beginning, you have some assumptions, and at the end, you have a real input based on the previous operation. And availability of and access to pertinent facility records are critical in the development of the decommissioning plan. Of course, that some facility records, operational records, are not important for the decommissioning at all. And some records that are not important for the operation are very much important for the decommissioning. So both must be considered. Next slide, please. This is the nice, like schematic picture of what I have just said. It is the summarized in the IEA e-learning courses on preparation for decommissioning. There is a module on strategy planning and licensing, and one part of the decommissioning planning. By the way, this e-learning course, all modules will be now upgraded, updated. We have a plan for this for coming years, but I believe that this part of the decommissioning plan will remain as it is, because it has like long-term, how to say, long-term truth, long-term confirmation. So yeah, it is there. Next slide, please. Here you can see types of decommissioning plans. So as I said, maybe with some, but it is basically the same what I said, only with some additional information. So purpose: initiate planning to support licensing, ongoing planning to periodically update, and final planning to obtain license. Input data for plan, initial planning, there are assumptions, design, and benchmarking, and also comparison with some other similar facilities. For ongoing planning, facility inspections, operational experience, and updated documentation. And for the final planning, operational experience, and detailed characterization after shutdown. Extent on inventory database, initial planning, you see hundreds to 1,000 items, ongoing planning 1,000 to 10,000 items, and for the final planning more than 10,000 items. And schedule for the initial planning is very preliminary, only important milestone like operation, end of operation. For the ongoing planning, general, so it can be on the level of individual buildings and structures, becoming more details. And for final planning is very detailed on the level of individual activities, rooms or systems. And if you can just press the button, because there is a one picture will show up. Andrei, can you just press the button? No, you go forward. Next slide. And yeah, exactly. We do have developed safety report series number 445 some years ago, called standard format and content for safety related decommissioning documents. And this report is very good one. It provides really considerations on content for the decommissioning plan and other documents. And I know that in many countries it was simply adopted by national regulations, and it is based on this, it is requested from the operator to prepare the decommissioning plan. I think that you can go to the next slide. And this overview, this list is exactly like selection from the safety report series number 45. So in the decommissioning plan should be first some kind of introduction, of course, then description of facility and site. In the final plan, let's say detailed description of facility and site. Then description of decommissioning strategy or strategies, because in some cases, we go through the so-called optioneering. I will speak about that a bit later. Project management, it is also very important, to have clear ideas about how to manage the project, either by internal sources or maybe external companies, or maybe with the help of international organizations with some kind of international support. So there are really different managerial approaches. You can have general contractor, you can have subcontractors, so it's really depends on situation. Then propose decommissioning activities and schedule. So as I mentioned, decontamination, dismantling, demolition, this and that. Surveillance and maintenance, also very important, because the decommissioning will go for decades, and there must be still surveillance and maintenance of the systems that are important for the safety in the facility and for support of decommissioning actions. Waste management, it's typically the biggest chapter because it may describe all of those approaches to management of non-radioactive and radioactive waste. Cost estimation and funding mechanism. I mentioned like cost estimation and funding as well in the phase of final decommissioning plan. There, in addition to like funding, like to manage the fund, must be likely described also how to manage to get money from the fund, on some kind of permissions or I don't know, request to funding this and these activities. So this might be also described. Then safety assessments and environmental impacts. It is very important because during the decommissioning, there are different risks and hazards that may cause, issues, and there must be some kind of assessment done of the possible accident and consequences and mitigation and risk mitigation, those kind of things. Environmental impacts as well. Usually there is calculated environmental impact within the facility, and also environmental impact outside the facility to the nearest city or village. And in case of countries that are within Euratom, we need to have also considered or calculated, assessed risk to the nearest neighborhood country. For example, in case of Slovakia, nearest country is well, Czech Republic or Hungary, so there must be also calculation of this. Environmental monitoring program, so it is related to environmental impacts. It must be controlled. Health and safety of workers and also of the public. Quality assurance, emergency planning. Again, it is somehow related to safety assessments. Physical security and safeguards. It is interesting thing, because physical security must be maintained at the beginning, as during the operation, as well as safeguards. However, during some point of decommissioning, the decommissioner will reach the point where safeguard control is not needed anymore. Important point is removal of the fuel, of course, but still reactor is there, primary circuit is there, so safeguards control still continue because technically it can be still reused for some nuclear facilities. Once reactor is drilled or pipes are cut or even reactor is removed, safeguards control or safeguard cameras are not needed anymore because this facility cannot be used for any nuclear purposes anymore. So at this point, safeguards cameras can be removed and this control somehow stopped. And also physical security can be decreased, so there are usually a couple of fences and also physical security inside the facility. So maybe what is inside the facility is not needed anymore. And by the way, when I introduced this definition on decommissioning, it was let's say nuclear safety, nuclear energy definition, but there is also safeguards definition of decommissioning that is different from our definition. And it says in 3 words that decommissioning for safeguards is over when the facility is disintegrated enough not to keep, store, or whatever use nuclear fuel or the nuclear materials. So when the reactor is cut, for safeguards, decommissioning is over. For us, is not over because it may still continue. And the last point here is final radiation survey. So it must be done for the facility and for the site before the license termination. Next slide, please. Here is overview of some related documents to the decommissioning plan. First of all, physical characterization plan and survey report may be requested by regulatory authority. Then a radiological characterization plan and survey report, so something similar. Public relations, so a description of the plan, how you will deal with the publics. I will say a little bit more about it a bit later. Then a civil and nuclear liability insurance confirmations. Additional transboundary analysis, as I said, Slovakia versus Czech Republic versus Hungary versus Austria even. Site policies and procedures. It is interesting again because there might be some special requirements for the overall site, so it must be also described in the report. And related document is also final decommissioning report that is given to the regulator to complete the decommissioning license. And yeah, you can see here, illustrative picture with so many documents that must be prepared. Next slide, please. And it is kind of last slide for this presentation. When I try to summarize some additional considerations, some of them are like repetition, from the previous slides because they are important, but some of them are kind of new. Graded approach, I mentioned it, so it is really very important and highlighted in several IEA safety guidelines. I will speak about it a bit later. Planning for a new facilities such as SMRs or fusion machines. We did have activities in this regards. I again will tell you something. Then what is very specific, or might be very delicate, is the decommissioning planning for post-accident or legacy facilities. You know, of course that any legal nuclear facility is required to have the decommissioning plan, but when accident happened, Fukushima, you know, those decommissioning plans are kind of not very useful anymore. Also, there is no transition phase, you know, between operation and decommissioning. There is accident is a transition. So new decommissioning plan must be developed. Of course, that situation is very much different, very much complicated. So not even start not even with decommissioning plan like in Japan. They develop some kind of roadmap towards decommissioning of Fukushima Daiichi with important milestone to be achieved. It is really very much detailed. Legacy facilities again. You know, we often use also here in the agency this word legacy. We have a understanding what is it about. However, we don't have exact definition. In my terms, it means facilities that were like abandoned, and there was not proper operational and regulatory control for a long time. And though there happened no accident because of deterioration of structures, it is a kind of post-accident facility. You know, for example, some forgotten old, a long time not used legacy ponds. So it can be really legacy facility. So again, special decommissioning plan is needed for it. Most likely with the use of something what is called optioneering. So not to plan only one approach, but to have several options in case that there will be such situation, something will happen, or this kind of thing. Stakeholder engagement. It is more and more important because people, you know, especially in surrounding areas, they have a general interest in nuclear facilities operation because it is a stable income for the people that live around. And decommissioning might have the same, might attract the same interest because there are working options, opportunities for local companies, for the local people. There might be interest from universities, from even people from the other countries. So very often I can see here very good examples where facility is under the decommissioning, but still build a new public relation information center, so the people to come in and to see the progress, you know, to see the development. Because anyway, decommissioning is not you know, short-term activity. Even if it goes well, even if it is like immediate dismantling, it may take 5 to 10 years, something like this. Then other wordings, you know, here is used sustainability and circular economy. Decommissioning certainly gives a lot of to it because, I don't know, 90+ of materials can be reused. And also materials are high quality, you know, because they are used for nuclear facility. Reuse of the site, it is in the same range of thinking. Again, the nuclear sites should be reused because they are high quality sites. They do have a physical protection. They have a good access by roads. They may have a good river access. They do have internal infrastructure in place. So if not for nuclear use, that they should be certainly used for some other industrial use, not to avoid to development of the new sites. Other aspects. View of indigenous people. or indigenous communities. This word is a little bit unusual, you know, even for me. It simple means original people, you know, that were in place in many countries. It is an I do not want to say issue. It is an aspect to be considered. For example, Canada, you know, I don't know, USA, Australia, where there are like original people, original communities that live in that part of the country where is now nuclear facility or nuclear laboratories or something like this, and they may have also different view of what should happen with the site after the nuclear use will be over. Then I know that in some countries, because they are aware, they consider decommissioning of, you know, long-term activity, especially in case of dismantling. They also do consider aspects such as global warming, you know, because facility are close to the seaside. Global warming may cause increase of the water level, or there can be, I don't know, like significant fires, or I don't know, floodings, you know, those kind of things. So really, these global warming aspects are also considered in some decommissioning plans. And I think that it is the last slide of this presentation, and I believe that I fulfill it exactly in the requested time. So I'm not sure, Andrei, if there are some immediate questions.
Thank you very much for such a useful presentation. So, dear colleagues, maybe some question? Yeah, no? No? So maybe we can go to the next presentation.
Go ahead, yes, please.
Yeah, just a moment.
Second presentation is a little bit longer, but I will try to manage my time. Anyway, before it will be downloaded, it's coming. So it is about technical guidelines and safety standards on decommissioning. Next slide, please. And I allow myself to put as the first slide some kind of very brief introduction to the IEA, only this slide. Just to remind that IEA was established in 1957. Recently, we have 176 member states. We have here about 2,500 multidisciplinary professionals and support staff from more than 100 countries. And objective is to seek to accelerate and enlarge the contribution of atomic energy to peace, health, and prosperity throughout the world. And we have here different departments. The biggest department is Department of Safeguards, you know, to control nuclear fuel and radioactive materials. Then we have a Department of Nuclear Energy, what is my department. There is a Department of Nuclear Safety and Security, Department of Nuclear Science and Applications. It is maybe not so known, but of course that the safeguards is important, but we have also probably more applications in healthcare, in agriculture, in science, protection of heritage, and many other things. Yeah. And we have also Department of Technical Cooperation. And of course, headquarters in Vienna, plus we have also very nice, very unique laboratories, nuclear laboratories in Cybersdorf, what is a small village, 30 kilometers from Vienna, something like this. There are some offices in Geneva, in Monaco. We don't play casino there. There are marine environmental laboratories in Monaco. So it is also very important. Also nowadays, you know, Fukushima, there are some laboratories to measure, to compare samples of the water and those kind of things. There are some premises in New York, in Toronto, Tokyo, and Rio de Janeiro. They are mostly premises for safeguards colleagues. And our top level representative is Director General. The kind of body that that has a direct influence on Director General and you know, to have important decisions. It is a board of governors, and top level event that makes all important decisions is a general conference that is usually held in September. So this year it will be last week of September. Next slide, please. So our activities on decommissioning, development of technical guidelines and safety standards. Then we have a collaborative projects on different aspects of nuclear decommissioning. We do support capacity building in the IAEA member states. So we organize workshops, training courses, technical meetings, e-learning. We have e-learning tools, technical cooperation projects, etc. Within this, we can organize expert missions, scientific visits, fellowships. We do offer also decommissioning peer reviews to countries. We have a wide cooperation with other international organizations. There is an event, a very important event called Joint Convention on the Safety of Spent Fuel and Radioactive Waste Management, including decommissioning. We do organize every month NEFW, it is abbreviation of my division, webinars on decommissioning, and also we run decommissioning conferences. I show it to you later. And here you can see screenshot of the main safety standards, decommissioning of facilities, GSR Part 6. Next slide, please. Just a very shortly example of collaborative project on global status of decommissioning. I showed you a screenshot of the report that was published in April this year, so it is really very fresh. So it includes a summary of decommissioning strategies, timeframes, details about the programs and challenges, and the overview of resources for the future. And it is based on our various databases. We do have a power reactor information system, research reactor database, and integrated nuclear fuel cycle information system. And those includes also modules on decommissioning. So useful information is there. Plus, this report was also based on inputs from member states. Next slide, please. Recent status. I showed you those graphs yesterday, so I will not repeat too much. Here you can see for power reactors, for research reactors and critical assemblies, and for nuclear fuel cycle facilities. What is likely the most important is the age distribution of power reactors. So you can see there is a peak like 35 plus years. For research reactors, even more, because historically they are older. So this peak is coming towards the end of the operational lifetime. So it's guaranteed that more such facilities will be shut down for decommissioning in the future. And for nuclear fuel cycle facilities, it's a little bit different. This peak is a little bit, you know, in the earlier years, but it will come for decommissioning as well. Next slide, please. So this is the future prognosis for the power reactor. So it is just illustration of what I have just said. So in this program, one can play a little bit with operational lifetime, 30 years, 40 years, maybe longer, but anyway, increasing for decommissioning will come in actually in the near future. Next slide, please. Just a quick highlight of our professional networks. We have an international decommissioning network that was established in 2007. And 2 years later, was established network on environmental and management and remediation. There might be also some relations to decommissioning. Both networks are supported by the IAEA Connect, what is a platform. You there see screenshot from the main part, landing page, platform available to all IAEA professional networks or communities of practice and its members. And Biennial Forum of Environment was last October, but we will have Biennial Forum of International Decommissioning Network in November this year. Next slide, please. Just to give you an idea what we have planned this year and beyond. This summary starts with June, but actually earlier this year, in February, we did have also a very successful technical meeting on the commissioning of fusion facilities in ITER site in Cadarache in France. Then there was a technical meeting on the commissioning of nuclear fuel cycle facilities in June in Cherbourg, also in France. Then I was in charge, together with my Japanese colleague, for the technical meeting on site repurposing and stakeholder involvement. That was also very successful. Nice meeting in July, and we will have something similar next year, but alive. Then at the beginning of September, we will have a technical meeting on digital technologies to advance the commissioning of nuclear facilities here in Vienna. And the same week, but topic is different, also technical meeting on decision making for environmental mediation. Then later will be technical meeting on knowledge management for decommissioning, because together with other international organizations, we developed decommissioning taxonomy and ontology. And this one will be held in Ispra in Italy. It's mid of September. Later in October will be technical meeting on strategy and program definition for the commissioning of graphite reactors in Chinon in France. A lot of events in France this year. Next slide, please. Later in November will be held international workshop on training and educational needs to implement the commissioning projects in South Korea, in Ulsan. In November, I will be in charge for the virtual technical meeting on decommissioning considerations for accelerator-driven systems. I already mentioned biennial forum of the IDN in November. And yeah, next one is on environmental mediation. It is on legacy norm situation in December in Madrid. And I would like to also mention here that we will have in cooperation event called ISEM. It is actually a conference on environmental management, but the commissioning will be also part of it in October in Stuttgart in Germany. And also this year, I supported advanced planning for program and budget cycle 24-25. So it was also a significant piece of my work. Next slide, please.
United Nations Security and Safety Service.
I'm sorry.
This is an allocation exercise for A, Alpha building, B, Bravo building, and M, Mike building only. Please note, this is an exercise. Repeat, this is an exercise. You are requested to leave your areas in the A, B, and M buildings in an orderly manner and proceed to your assigned staircases, where the evacuation drill teams will take charge and safely lead you from your floor to the internal assembly areas. Do not leave VIC, but remain in the internal assembly areas. This drill is only for the A, B, and M buildings. Thank you.
Andrei, can you hear me?
Yeah.
It's totally unplanned. I need to leave now the building. We have a evacuation exercise. Yeah, so everybody needs to leave. I'm sorry. It happened usually in August, and it happened today, and it happened now. It was not planned. We were not aware about it in advance. May I have suggestion? Maybe you can at least show to participants the rest of my presentation. It will be available to them, and that's all about it. The rest of the presentation is about technical reports, safety standards, and some other things that I would like to show you that I basically introduced, but you may say something about it. Guys, I'm very sorry. I need to leave because I will be forced. I will be connected, Andrei, a bit later. If you can send me a link, maybe for tomorrow, I can again be available and provide some answers.
Yeah, hope we can.
Sorry for this. It is out of my control. Everybody has to follow the rules.
Okay.
Yeah. So go through the rest of the presentation just to show it, display it. I think that I provided 1 hour talks, and now I have to leave. Sorry for
Yeah,
this.
okay.
Yeah. Goodbye, guys.
See you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I will now have two floors downstairs, to -3.
Nice.
Yeah.
So thank
Sorry for
you.
this.
See you
Bye.
later.
Bye.
Bye-bye. So, dear colleagues, we have a coffee break right now.
Потом на вечер. Коллеги, рад всех приветствовать на летней школе МГУ.
Dear colleagues, I'm glad to. What? I believe we interfere. It will not work like this. Maybe it would be better if we pass the microphone from one to another. Вот мы будем просто передавать друг другу микрофон. Я думаю, что так будет лучше. Как это выключить?
Прошу прощения за вынужденную задержку, уважаемые коллеги.
Dear colleagues, please have my apologies for the delay.
Меня зовут Кирилл Лаврентьев. Я представляю ТВЭЛ в части вывода из эксплуатации объектов.
My name is Kirill Lavrentiev and I'm representing 12. I'm in charge of decommissioning of the facilities.
ТВЭЛ является интегратором госкорпорации Росатом по направлению вывод из эксплуатации объектов использования атомной энергии. Можно просто
Я уже потеряла мысль в таком.
ТВЭЛ has been appointed by Rosatom as integrator of the decommissioning of the nuclear facilities. Мой опыт работы в этой области больше, чем 15 лет, включая
Our experience in the field exceeds 15 years.
Включая центральный аппарат госкорпорации Росатом,
Including the Central Regulation Office of the Rosatom Corporation,
эксплуатирующая организацию атомных электростанций Росэнергоатом,
and the exploiting organization, the Rosenergoatom,
и ТВЭЛ, который является эксплуатирующей организацией объектов ядерного топливного цикла.
and 12, which is the organization of exploiting of nuclear fuel cycle.
Хотел бы поговорить о самой важной, наверное, вещи, которая касается экономики вывода из эксплуатации объектов.
I would like to talk about maybe the most important thing that concerns the economy points of decommissioning of the nuclear facilities. Может быть, вы тогда будете без микрофона, а я буду по микрофону.
Да. Если посмотреть на организационную структуру,
Looking from the point of the organizational structure,
базовых документов в части финансирования вывода из эксплуатации,
the basic documents in part of decommissioning of nuclear facilities,
то все они строятся на 3 базовых вещах.
all of them are based on the three main categories, 3 main things.
Во-первых,
First,
обеспечение максимальной безопасности персонала при выводе из эксплуатации.
first point is to provide the maximum safety to the personnel.
Второе, невозможности переноса ответственности за вывод из эксплуатации на будущие поколения.
The second is to withdraw the transfer of responsibility for decommissioning to the new generations, to the next generations.
И преемственности принятых решений и технологий.
And the solutions taken and technology taken. Что с преемственностью? Ее надо обеспечивать.
Да.
Преемственность — это хорошо. So let me translate it like this. So the technologies, the knowledge, and the experience should be transferred, should be heritated from one generation to another.
Проект по выводу из эксплуатации в среднем занимает от 30 до 50 лет.
A decommissioning project in general takes from 30 to 50 years.
И преемственность то есть должна обеспечиваться следующим образом. Решения, принятые 30 лет назад, могут быть модернизированы, но при этом глобально сохранятся в том формате, в котором были.
And to heritage these decisions means that the solution taken 30 years ago should be transferred to the new generations. Those might be corrected a bit, but the general idea should be kept the same.
И третий базовый принцип. Эксплуатирующая организация обязана саккумулировать финансовый ресурс, необходимый и достаточный для вывода из эксплуатации объекта.
And the third main principle is that the exploiting organization should accumulate, and provide the financial resource for decommissioning.
Как известно, существует, наверное, 2,5 метода вывода из эксплуатации.
As it's known, there exists maybe 2.5 techniques, or say methods, in decommissioning.
Это немедленный демонтаж объекта.
The first is the immediate dismantling of the object,
который занимает до 30 лет.
which takes up to 30 years.
Отложенный демонтаж объекта, который занимает от 50 и больше лет.
A delayed dismantling of the object, which takes up to 50 years.
И иногда практикуется отложенное решение.
And sometimes sometimes the delayed decision is used,
которое подразумевает временное захоронение на месте.
which assumes that preliminary, есть термин захоронение, да?
Да.
Как оно? I don't know. Кто-нибудь знает, как будет захоронение по-английски?
Disposal, да.
Disposal, okay. Preliminary disposal of the radioactive waste.
На слайде показана российская практика подхода к выводу из эксплуатации АЭС.
On the slide, you can see the Russian attitude towards the decommissioning.
Подготовка к выводу из эксплуатации начинается задолго до остановки блока.
The preparation to the commissioning starts much before than the dismantling of the object.
На первом этапе готовится концепция вывода из эксплуатации.
On the first stage, the conception of decommissioning is established,
В которой утверждены основные подходы и принципы вывода из эксплуатации.
in which the main principles and approaches are established.
Концепция содержит в себе применяемые технологии.
The conception contains the techniques applied,
саму концепцию вывода из эксплуатации
the same very conception, delayed or
или немедленной,
immediate,
и базовые оценки стоимости.
and the basic estimations of the costs.
Следующий документ в российской практике – это программа вывода из эксплуатации.
The next document in Russian practice is the program of decommissioning.
Программа в своем роде является декомпозицией концепции
A program, in a sense, is a decomposition of the conception,
и содержит
and it
уточненные
contains the
оценки
precise estimations
стоимости вывода и
of the
технических
decommissioning
решений.
costs and the technical decisions.
И третий документ – это проект вывода из эксплуатации.
The third document is the decommissioning project.
Проект вывода из эксплуатации содержит точные оценки вывода из эксплуатации, включая
The decommissioning project contains the precise estimations of decommissioning,
их точную стоимость.
including their precise costs.
При изучении практики вывода из эксплуатации объектов
Investigating the practice of decommissioning,
я отметил, что только 35% проектов вывода из эксплуатации являются successful.
Mhm. I've noticed that only around 35% of decommissioning are finally successful.
Это значит, что 65% проектов не попадает в бюджет и сроки, заложенные на уровне программы или проекта.
That means that approximately 65% of projects will not fit into the framework and will not, and most probably will exceed the budget of the projects.
И это мировая практика.
And this is the worldwide practice.
Этому есть разные причины,
There are several reasons, there are different reasons for that,
которые связаны с неточной оценкой стоимости,
that are linked sometimes with the wrong estimation, with the wrong preliminary estimation of the project,
неправильно выбранными технологиями,
the wrongly selected techniques,
неправильно проведенной оценки образующихся радиоактивных отходов,
the wrong estimation of the radioactive waste,
отсутствие системы управления проектами при выводе
the
эксплуатации
lack of the systems of the control on decommissioning,
и различные эксплуатирующие организации
and different exploiting organizations
внутри себя выпускают
have internal documents, right?
собственные
Their own regulations
регламенты по
and
оценке
regulations,
стоимости
right,
и управлению проектом.
to estimate the costs of the projects and their own regulations how to rule the projects,
Включая оценку бюджета и стоимости проекта.
including the estimations of budget and costs.
Базовыми книгами здесь, наверное, базовыми документами можно
Basic documents are most probably are believed to be
документ
the document, I'm sorry,
OECD,
OECD,
да, в котором содержатся
which contains
подходы к оценке стоимости вывода из эксплуатации атомных
the
электростанций.
approaches to estimate the costs of decommissioning of the power atomic partners.
Первый документ, который называется «Желтая книга», был выпущен в 2009 году.
The first document, which is called Yellow Book, was published in 2009.
В нем была предпринята попытка оценить структуру стоимости по объектам,
In which there was an attempt to estimate the structure of the cost
и собрать
and to collect
данные по выводу
the data
из эксплуатации
on
различных
the
станций.
costs of decommissioning of various atomic stations, atomic plants, I'm sorry.
В 2012
In 2012,
вышла следующая редакция.
another edition of the same book was published.
Следующая редакция документа, которая
The document.
содержит в себе структуру расчета стоимости,
This book contains the structure of costs calculation,
которая включает в себя
which
11 групп,
includes 11 groups,
3 уровня детализации
3 levels of detailization,
и 4 типа затрат.
and 4 types of costs.
В дальнейшем все документы строились на базе этой структуры оценки стоимости.
To that, all the, еще раз повторите, пожалуйста,
В
все,
дальнейшем все документы
further, all the documents were
на базе этой,
built on the basis of the structure of this document,
включая российские.
including Russian ones.
Значит, что это за уровни?
What are the levels?
3 уровня.
3 levels.
Первый уровень
First level is
главные затраты, ну, генеральные затраты,
the general costs, the main costs.
например, затраты
For example,
на демонтаж реакторного острова.
the cost on dismantling of reactor island.
Дальше декомпозировалось на группы работ,
Next, this structure was decomposed on the groups of works,
которые декомпозируются на
which are also subdivided
единичные работы.
onto the separate works.
И по каждой единичной работе
And so far, the separate works,
существуют различные типы затрат,
there are different types of costs,
включая затраты на
including the
зарплаты
costs
персонала,
on the, on the personal wages, on the personal salary,
капитальные затраты,
the capital costs,
прочие затраты и
other
неучтенные
costs,
затраты.
and uncalculatable costs. Unseen and unpredictable, something like that. I would rather interpret like unpredictable.
Если посмотреть затраты на вывод из эксплуатации станции,
If we look into the costs of decommissioning of plants,
которые показаны в документах, которые
which can be read in the, which can be seen in the documents
их расшифровку,
and their description,
то можно понять, что наиболее
one can see that
весомый вклад затраты
the biggest impact to the costs
представляет себе затраты на обращение с радиоактивными отходами.
is the cost for radioactive waste management
По всей цепочке
through the whole chain,
от
from
их переработки до их
their
захоронения.
treatment till their disposal.
И вторые затраты – это затраты на обращение с радиоактивными материалами.
And the second main point of costs is those linked to decommissioning of radioactive materials management.
При этом на
At the same time,
структуру стоимости проекта влияет достаточно большое количество параметров.
many parameters influence on the structure of the costs of disposal.
Прежде всего, наличие в стране соответствующей инфраструктуры,
First of all, the presence of the related infrastructure in the country,
законодательство,
the laws
прежде всего по обращению с радиоактивными
First of all,
отходами,
on radioactive waste management,
доступность технологий демонтажа и дезактивации,
the availability of the availability of technologies of decommissioning and dismantling,
и прочие факторы.
and other factors.
На этом слайде
On this slide, you can see
показаны затраты на вывод из эксплуатации
the costs on decommissioning
различных объектов на территории Европейского Союза.
of the different objects on the territory of European Union.
Как видно,
As you can see,
независимо от типа реактора,
regardless of the type of the reactor,
затраты могут существенно меняться.
the costs may vary significantly.
Такая же картина и на территории США.
The similar picture we can see when we talk about the United States of America.
В дальнейшем
So further on,
здесь показана структура, каким образом можно оценить затраты на вывод из эксплуатации.
изменить или оценить?
Оценить.
Оценить. In this picture, we can see how we can estimate the costs on dismantling and decommissioning.
Начиная от выбора концепции вывода из
Starting from the choice of conception,
продолжая выбором конкретных технологических решений вывода из эксплуатации,
continuing with the certain technologies decision on decommissioning and dismantling,
подходов к оценке стоимости
cost estimation approaches,
и финальным подсчетом затрат.
and the final calculation of the costs.
Какие могут быть вводные?
What might be the initial data?
Каким мы видим конечный результат? То есть
What is the foreseen result, what a result we would like to have.
Это зеленая площадка или коричневая площадка.
Is that a green green field? Is it a green field or brown field?
Это подходы к обращению с радиоактивными веществами, с радиоактивными отходами.
This is the approach towards the management of radioactive waste, radioactive materials, radioactive substances.
Оставляем мы их на объекте или мы их захораниваем. И если оставляем на объекте,
Are
мы
we,
их захораниваем.
yeah, are we to keep them on the object, or we would like to dispose them, and when we will dispose them, and how we will dispose them?
Каким образом мы подходим к подсчету стоимости вывода из эксплуатации?
Which way we do approach to the calculation of costs of decommissioning?
И делим ли мы обязательства по выводу из эксплуатации между эксплуатирующей организацией и государственными органами?
And do we share the costs on dismantling and decommissioning between the exploiting organization and state institutions?
А также какой объект мы собираемся выводить из эксплуатации?
And what kind of object are we going to decommission?
Каждый объект, выводимый из эксплуатации, содержит свои подходы к оценке стоимости.
Each object for to be decommissioned has its own approaches towards the decommissioning and the estimation of costs of decommissioning.
При оценке стоимости вывода из эксплуатации
Estimating the costs of decommissioning,
мы используем различные оценки стоимости,
we use different estimation of costs,
которые применяются на различных этапах вывода из эксплуатации.
which are applied on the different stages of the process of decommissioning.
Данные оценки базируются на рекомендациях ААЦЕ.
Those estimations are based on the recommendations of, once again, AACA.
Значит, пятый класс
The fifth
Оценка.
class of estimations
– это оценка, применяемая при начальном планировании вывода из эксплуатации.
it is the estimation which is taken on the beginning, on the first stage of estimation of decommissioning, of the cost of decommissioning.
И первый класс – это оценка, применяемая при реализации проекта вывода из эксплуатации.
And the first estimation is estimation which is used on the stage of the estimation of project of decommissioning.
Данные оценки
These estimations
зависят
depend
от того, на каком уровне вы находитесь сейчас.
these estimations depend on which level are you at the moment.
При оценке пятым классом вы можете давать достаточно большой разброс по стоимости.
Estimating at the stage 5, you can have, a big range of estimations, so they are not very precise.
Базируя свою оценку на, например, экспертных оценках.
And your estimation at this stage is based on the expert opinions, experts' estimations.
Когда вы реализуете проект,
When you realize the project,
вы базируете свои оценки
you're basing your estimations
на оценке конкретной технологии и ее стоимости.
You're basing your estimations on the estimation of a real the technology of the real object.
Это очень важно понимать,
This is very important to understand,
потому что при планировании вывода из эксплуатации
because when you plan the decommissioning,
люди, которые были задействованы в эксплуатации,
those people who were involved in the planning of decommissioning
все еще находятся на объекте.
are still on the object.
Однако
However,
с момента останова и начала проекта по выводу из эксплуатации
starting from the moment of the shut up and Что там следующего сказали? С момента остановы
Да,
и
выводы из эксплуатации.
and start of decommissioning.
Персонал эксплуатирующий покидает станцию,
The personnel, the exploiting personnel, leave the object,
что может служить
which may
риском
increase the risk
при планировании работ.
in order to plan the works.
Потому что персонал, который уходит, знает станцию.
Because the personnel leaving knows the station, knows the plant.
Персонал, который приходит на вывод,
The new personnel
может быть новый.
for decommissioning may be quite new.
Это надо учитывать при планировании вывода из эксплуатации.
This is to be taken into consideration planning decommissioning.
Здесь дорожная карта, я рассказывал раньше, как в России.
Here is, I don't know the certain expression for дорожная карта, let it be map. Road map. Okay, thank you. So this is the road map, how to plan the decommissioning.
Первое, концепт вывода из
The
эксплуатации,
first is the concept of decommissioning.
программа вывода из
Second is
эксплуатации,
the program of decommissioning,
проект вывода из эксплуатации
project for decommissioning,
и отдельные технические и технологические решения.
and separate technical and technology decisions.
Ну и главные выводы.
So the main outcome.
Ну, я их не буду перечислять, потому что смешно. Всё,
So those are listed.
спасибо большое.
Thank you very much.
Спасибо. Спасибо. Нет вопросов.
Questions? Вы попали.
Yes, I just wanted to ask a small question. Now, of course, the cost estimation for decommissioning of a project takes into account the inflation also, because the costs of certain commodities will go up because it is a 30-50 year large time span. And the decommissioning, the costs, it is to be borne by the polluter. It says polluter pays. So what if at a point of time during the decommissioning, say the funds are exhausted, does the state government or the other entity step in to complete the task, or is it left isolated? That is what I just wanted.
In Russian practice, we have the one fund to, for example, the decommissioning and PP. And we have the law. And in the law, we have the point about the 3.2% of the whole of the revenue by the generate, you must take to the decommissioning fund. And if you ask about the inflation, of course, every year the fund is more because we have the tariff, and the tariff have the more revenue, much revenue, and the fund is no.
No impact from the government. So no state institutions are involved with the program.
Okay, he already asked the first question about inflation and deflation. However, I want to ask, what time do you start planning decommission? Because some of the experience I've had, it has said from construction, you need to start planning for decommission. How do you do this?
We must separate two things. First of all, if we are talking about the new stations, I mean stations who start decommissioning at 5 years or something, we plan it now to decommissioning. You must have in the project the papers about the decommissioning cost, the decommissioning technologies, and etc. If we speak about the plants who have been construction a lot time ago, we have only concept, program, and project. We plan to cast decommissioning to these stations from the program and up to project. When we have the project, we have the decommissioning cost. Actually, yes, actually. For all new station during construction. Yes. You moderate your papers every 5 years, every 10 years. You do new cost decommissioning, cost estimations.
It's not more focused on this funding, but what is the regulatory framework in Russian Federation within the decommissioning? Who is controlling in the beginning stage, middle, and the finalization? The operator or the regulator or any other organizations?
You mean regulatory body for decommissioning is Rostechnadzor, the special program.
Here. So we have about 10 minutes, maybe. Yeah. Olga, please check. 10 minutes we have, I think. Yeah. For the next presentation. 15, yeah. Okay. 45, yeah. True. 15 minutes, yeah, for the next presentation. So you can drink some tea or coffee for 15 minutes. Alena, hi. We will start after 5 minutes.
Hello, thank you. Can you hear me well?
Perfectly.
Perfect. Okay, I'm ready.
So, dear colleagues, please take your seats. So, in this part, we plan to combine different things in the field of education. We have 3 different presentations from Elena Nagibina from Rosatom State Atomic Energy Corporation. Next will be Simona Shandalova, and she told about IA projects in the field of decommissioning, so in the field of education and decommissioning. And after that, I will tell you about Moscow State University projects which we hold with Rosatom Corporation. Yeah. So please, Elena, floor is yours.
Thank you, Andrei. Hello, everyone. Well, it's already good afternoon. I'm really happy to be here and to share with you some just very an overview of how organized and how structured nuclear education training system in Russia. what is the role of Rosatom, what kind of programs we have. So I will start with some very general overview, if you don't mind. So here are just a few slides about Rosatom in general. Rosatom is one of the largest player in the global nuclear energy market, and we have a rich experience in operating nuclear facilities in various fields, well, from uranium to mining to decommissioning, and it's become bigger and bigger, and it's imply already a lot of activities on not only nuclear energy products, we also have nuclear non-energy products, non-nuclear energy products, and nuclear non-energy products. So it's very, very broad range of activities. Even the only nuclear icebreaker fleet in the world is operating by Rosatom. We also, have our activities not only in Russia, but we plan, but in other countries. At the moment, we have 33 units in the overseas NPP portfolio. And here I would like to stress that just some important and one of the key elements that we focus on are the human resource development and education and training. So these are really a very important part to the successful implementation of the project, and it plays a key role in these activities. But at global presence, Rosatom works not only with the partner countries in the field of NPP program, but in the NPP projects, but also uranium mining, fuel, and other components. Also prepare nuclear infrastructure development, backend decommissioning, and many activities. So in general, we work with more than 60 countries worldwide in a different kind of cooperation. At the moment, one of the key priorities is sustainable development, and the Rosatom has this is kind of Rosatom ESG portrait. The climate agenda and the ESG indicators are quite important at the moment for the company. Here, I just want also to point it out for you that human-centric approach and human capital development is also one of the key elements of this agenda. So to work with all this, we created Rosatom Human Resource Development Ecosystem. It includes a lot of education and training organization in Russia, and also networking abroad. So in Russia, we just have, it started with the secondary school, and here just a lot of events and educational activities in the field of for the secondary school, for the colleges, and one of the key point is the higher education. But also we provide a lot of hard skills and soft skills, education and training for the for additional training. And here's the Rosatom Corporate Academy, Rosatom Technical Academy. So all together with close cooperation between all these organizations, we managed to create a full ecosystem for the preparing specialists, both for Russia and for the project abroad. And here just some more, I would like to stay here for a bit longer. Here's just Rosatom Global Partnership. We have four main pillars. The first pillar is teaching international students. We started with a few students, I think in 2010, it was only about 10 or 15 students who are coming to study nuclear sciences and related sciences in Russian universities. But at the moment, we have more than 2,000 students who studied in Russian universities, in leading Russian universities. They study nuclear sciences and also, related sciences for the future, that they will come back to the countries and to develop in the nuclear power program and go to the infrastructure, or in a lot of organizations who work in the for the nuclear power project of partner countries. An important part here is this practical education, because students, what we try to work to add to the perfect educational programs of the university is the practical experience for the students, internships in we have a broad range of Rosatom training centers, and we try to, well, in cooperation with the university, just add some important values with the practical internships and training from the industry perspective. So at the moment, we also one of our priorities, the well, assist to graduates to stay in the national nuclear projects and to work there. And so from our side, we well, we provide have specific instruments like career days to just to make a place where students can meet future employees and have a very interesting career in their lives. So at the moment, more than 200 students, graduates are employed at the National Nuclear Project in their home countries. Second, very important pillar that we highly support is the cross-university cooperation. We have a different kind of cooperation between the universities, between Russian universities and partner countries universities. And I think later on, Dr. Puchati will tell you more about the project that Moscow State University has in this field. These are kind of different, well, formats. It's starting from the guest lecture, but also modular programs or even branch universities in other countries. Different kind of cooperation between universities are quite important for us because it's give a lot of assistance in capacity building of the partner countries and creating a lot of opportunities for well, successful implementation of the nuclear power program and nuclear power projects. A third pillar is a professional development and upskilling, and here I just would like to mention that it's not only about upskilling of some well, professional stuff, but here we have a very important program like Train the Train courses. You are now participating in one of them, so it's well, we highly support this kind of cooperation, kind of programs, and we think we hope that it will be interesting for you. And within your feedback, we could just make these projects better and work more on these opportunities. And the fourth pillar is the international networking. So here we have. We are participating in a number of international networking initiatives, including IAEA programs. And so we continue working, and we also have some programs for the students and for well, PhD students for within this part of cooperation. So how we organize it? In Russia, we have a consortium of 18 leading Russian universities, which are supporting universities for Rosatom, and these are the universities who prepare students, both Russian and international. But we also have specific partners who work broader than that, who are not inviting also to students to study in their universities, but have a very broad kind of cooperation, well, worldwide. And Moscow State University here plays one of the key role. So later on, you will find out more about the programs that they have. But basically, these are but a lot of universities like all around Russia are involved in these projects and in this kind of cooperation. Important part is the practical training, as I was already mentioned, because we think that's a huge part that the industry can have an input from for the education of students or PhD or any kind of cooperation within for international students. Here we have we so-called them resource centers. These are the centers that are created in different cities across Russia, and who provide this practical training for students or for young specialists who provide this kind of practical training. And here I just mentioned only a couple of them. So, well, these are a bigger structure that also involves some particular programs for the particular programs, like, for example, you have at the moment. Also, just a few more pictures of, well, places where students have this practical training. Here you also have, we'll see Educational Training Center for Nuclear Power for NPP in Novovoronezh, Educational Research Center, Rector, and training center in Volgodonsk. and some other pictures of different places where students can get this practical training. One more instrument I would like to share with you is the Rosatom International Career Days. We now just, for us, it's very important that the students and graduates and also those who are interested in, continue their career in the nuclear power programs, they will have the opportunity, the places to find out about the projects that are current, led in the countries. And we organize that kind of program in the university, Rosatom International Career Days. Like, for example, in 2021 and 22, there were two first international Rosatom Career Days, and there were about 11 Rosatom organizations who participated in that. And we also invited a representative of foreign embassies to Russia, and of course, from the ministries and organization in the partner countries who will be future employee. And it's a really kind of very good instrument for us, as we can see it, because it gives a lot of information for the international students or who are interested in the project abroad, and is also a perfect place for the international organization potential employees to share information about the activities, to motivate future graduates, and also to see what are the graduates for this. Here's also some pictures from the events. They're quite informal. There's a formal part, informal part, but generally we have a very good feedback of these activities. They also sometimes take place online, not only offline, which gives an opportunity for a lot of students to see, to see the event, to participate in the event. And the last but not least, the project that I want like just a few words to tell you about is the Ambassadors of Russian Nuclear Education. This is a project for active and motivated, talented students who are wanted to share knowledge and to organize some events and information about what's happening in the education. And also they have a quite of big range of activities, social networking, and a lot of activities that they have, and these are very fun and very interesting events. So there was very brief overview, very general overview that Rosatom will organize for the partner countries, for students, for different kind of partners in the field of nuclear education and training. I also put here my email. If you will have any further questions, please do not hesitate to contact me and ask if you will have them. And now, after this broad overview, I give the floor to the next presenter. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Elena. It was amazing presentation, and I'm glad to see some participants from our school in your presentation, in your pictures. So maybe some questions, dear colleagues. Oh, just a second. Next one, just now. Olga, do you have some?
Okay.
Questions about presentation, career day?
Career day?
Yeah.
Should I speak out
Yeah.
for career day? Okay. Just for your information, maybe you don't know, then
To Elena.
to Yelena?
Elena from Rosatom, yeah. She is, please tell.
Okay, to Yelena. Okay. Good afternoon, Yelena. My name is Olga Yakubova. In fact, I'm the member of the organizing committee of the International School on Radiochemistry. But my main position at the Moscow State University Chemistry Department is leading career project. And on a regular basis, we organize career days at the chemistry department of Moscow State University. And we are always welcome our colleagues to take part in these career days. And I would be happy if companies join us, and we are ready to greet you. And if you need some more information about us, on the top of that, we are leading the social media, and we have more than 700 subscribers. And those are located not in Moscow only. We also have approximately 40% of them are living outside Moscow. So our auditory is rather big, and we would be happy to share any, opening positions in the companies which need the specialists of the chemical field. So we are ready for cooperation at any stage, and we'll be very, very happy if we help, other specialists to be part of the successful and powerful companies.
Thank you very much. That is very interesting and very important information for us. So I do hope we will have kind of joint program, because joint projects or something like that in cooperation, because at the moment we just only started these projects, and it was more specific to physics and nuclear science, but we are really will be interested to just enlarge it and make it broader, and just embrace and also have our impact in your career days, and that will be really a great experience. Thank you very much. I will hope for the future cooperation.
Thank you. Sounds just great.
Thank you. So, Simona, please, floor is yours.
Okay, so of course I introduced myself. So my name is Simona Shandalova, and I will be talking about the some of the scholarship and training opportunities. Before I start, I want to focus your attention. Here I put the printed version of my presentation with all of the QR codes, with all of the links and so on. So if you want to take a look during the break, feel free to do that. So, in today's presentation, next, I will be talking about first about the IEA opportunity, so the Marie Skłodowska-Curie Fellowship Program, the Lise Meitner Program, and the IEA internships. And then we will take next, and then we will take the links at also different trainings which are available. I focus more on the European part, because I thought that Andrei and the colleagues from Rosatom will focus more on the Russian part. So, okay, good. Then let's talk about something very close to my heart, the IEA Marie Skłodowska-Curie Fellowship Program, which I was a part of, and I still am. So the Marie Skłodowska-Curie Fellowship Program aims to help increase the number of women in the nuclear field, supporting an inclusive workforce of both men and women who contribute to and drive global scientific and technological innovation. This fellowship program was launched in 2020 by the Director General Rafael Mariano Grossi, and it is funded by the donations of the IEA member states, intergovernmental organization, which is the European Commission, and other donors and partners. Through the 3 years of this fellowship program existing, through the 3 years of this program existing, it has taken under the wings 360 students from 110 nationalities from all over the world. They really try to be inclusive of all of the nationalities, all of the continents. And they also try to take under the wings every year more and more people. So, for example, in the 2020 there were 100 students. Then now in this year they're trying to increase to 200 students, which I think is is amazing. And you can see the very happy Marie Skłodowska-Curie fellows who are now interns on the photo. And behind them are the flags from the IEA section of the UN buildings, UN offices in Vienna. So what is actually the Marie Skłodowska-Curie Fellowship Program? What does it do? First, it provides a scholarship, which consists of tuition costs up to 20,000 euros for the whole duration of the master's program, and a stipend of the equal sum for the costs of living. Next, after you graduate, you are able to do an internship up to 12 months, either at the IAA, at the headquarters, or at the laboratories in Seibersdorf, or they have written Monaco. I have never heard about a person who went there, but maybe I'm wrong. And also the external institutions, which are, for example, collaborating centers such as Sojin, where I am now stationed. Some private companies who are also interested in young specialists, and also some research centers, institutions, and so on. And then you have the networking possibilities of some technical events. For example, every year there is organized the next. It doesn't work. Yeah. Okay, I thought you broke the computer once again. So the technical events, which are, for example, the nuclear security school, on the left, you can see the year I went in, and on the right, you can see this year's, which ended just recently. And we also have a student and alumni group on LinkedIn, where we share our successes, where we share some vacancies, some research opportunities, just some interesting information, and so on. So, next. And who can apply to these fellowships? So, it is for the female students from the IAEA member states, and you have to basically be accepted or enrolled in a master's program in a nuclear-related field at an accredited university. Next. These are some of the examples of the nuclear-related fields, as you can imagine. And next. And basically, this is basically the side of the Marie Skłodowska-Curie Fellowship, where you have all of the information. I took all of my information for the presentation from there. You can also write an email to the Marie Skłodowska-Curie Fellowship Program team. They are very nice. They try to really answer your questions, and so on and so on. And actually now, if you want to apply, the applications are now open until the September 30. So if you want to, and the application process, you have to get a kind of a lot of documents, but most of them should be from your universities. You have to have two reference letters from different professors or from different people who worked with you. And next. And then next. And then this is the QR code if you want to scan it. Yep. I will also have it in there in front of you. So if you want to. And basically then you have the long selection process. And if you are selected, you are notified by an email, and then the team takes care of everything, informs you, and so on. Okay. So next is the IAEA Lisa Meitner program, which next is aimed not at the master students, but actually at the early and mid-career women professionals. It was launched actually this year by the DG, and it is also funded by external donations. So what is it? It is a multi-week visit to nuclear facilities in the IAEA member states. These facilities can be under construction, operation, decommissioning. They can be research or scientific institutions, and so on. And basically, you have at the sites, you have on-site lectures, discussions, training, and so on. It is very it depends on the call, because there every program is focused on something different. So, for example, it can be focused on modeling and simulations. It can be focused on RAD-based management, and so on. So the tasks or the things that you will be doing are very different. And who can apply? So women candidates from the IEA member states who are currently employed with at least 3 years up to 10 years of relevant work experience in the nuclear fields. And also the PhD students in their last year with work experience are also considered. And you have to have the completed bachelor's, master's, or PhD studies. Then next, you have the IEA internship program, which is basically open for everyone, regardless of gender. And this internship program is very similar, a little bit similar to the Maria Skłodowska-Curie, because it is derived from that. So you can have the internship at either at the IEA headquarters or the IEA laboratories. It depends very much on your education, specialization, and so on and so on. They try to find, or you should be as close as possible to the opportunities. And you have a wide variety of fields from the natural sciences, engineering, administration to administration and management. The internship are from 3 to 12 months, and you get a monthly stipend of 1,000 euro from the agency. So who can apply? You have to be at least 20 years of age and have completed at least 3 full years of studies at a university or equivalent institution. And also, if you have graduated up to 1 year after your graduation, you can also apply for the internship. And of course, you have to have working knowledge in English. And next, on the bottom is the link through which you can get to the page. This is basically the vacancies page of the IEA. And then you click the internships. They appear. They change up quite frequently, so you have to really monitor it. What I would suggest, there is on the IEA website, there is the kind of like a vacancy newsletter, which you can subscribe to, and you will receive, I think, every half month or every month the updates on vacancies if you want, so you won't miss your opportunity, so to say. And I think that concludes the IEA opportunities, and let me talk about some of the schools that you or trainings that you can also try to attend. So, of course, for me, my love is the ISSR. But if you want to, so to say, fill up your time, your summer time, with even more decommissioning, there is also the beautiful opportunity of attending the GRC Summer School on Nuclear Decommissioning and Waste Management. This school is for 1 week at the Joint Research Center of the European Commission, GRC, ISPRA, in Italy. What is the ISPRA site? The ISPRA site is basically a site where in the past there were the functioning research reactors, which now are being decommissioned. And thanks to that, the GRC organized a training center in there to kind of educate the people and so on. And also there are some research facilities at that site. And you basically get the lectures from the industry, from the GRC, from Sojin, I think also from Nucleco, but don't take my word for it, but I guess. And so you have also several technical visits to the ISPRA site, of course, and also to the Corso NPP, which is the largest NPP in Italy, which was actually newly built and closed after, I think, 5 years. It is really amazing and massive to see it. I was there just a few months ago, so it's very nice. And the school is free of charge for admitted students, and you have to basically be a master or PhD student who has completed the first cycle of studies. Okay, next. Then you have the joint ICTP-IEA workshops. There are actually several of them. The ICTP usually focuses more on the theoretical physics, so a lot of the workshops are about that, but I wanted to focus your attention on the upcoming one, which is the workshop on degradation modeling of disposed radioactive waste forms, which will take place in September in Trieste, and it will actually be in the hybrid format, so only in the online offline form. And as you can see, the topics are about the aging management, the degradation of waste packages, establishing a conceptual degradation model, and so on. And the application deadline is actually until the August 31st if you want to apply. And next. There is also the International School on Nuclear Law. It is organized by the OECD Nuclear Energy Agency, together with the University of Montpellier. And it is a 10-day program with a possibility to apply for a university diploma in international nuclear law from the University of Montpellier. And you basically have to, it is voluntary, you don't have to. If you don't receive the funding, you don't have to. It is a paid program. And you have to basically to get the diploma, you have to pass the test and write a dissertation. So it's quite a lot of work, but if you want, it's worth it. And you basically tackle a lot of law concepts next during this. Next. And you can apply for it if you are a professional, and there is the possibility of the IEA financial support. If you are students, the OECD also has some grants, and the applicants have to have an undergraduate university degree in a relevant discipline. And it is good to have an advanced graduate level education or professional work experience. And the thing which is interesting for me is that you don't need a legal education to attend this school. So this was basically my presentation. Of course, the training opportunities are endless, but we don't have so much time. So thank you for listening. And if you have any question, ask me.
So any questions? Yeah.
I wanted to ask for the ISNL, when is the deadline?
This year it has already passed. It is actually at the same time that the ISSR is, and but you have to monitor because I think the deadline was somewhere maybe in April or May or June, somewhere around that time. So you have to monitor every year. I think it's always more or less at the same time period, and for most of the schools, also for the ISPRA school, for the GRC, and only the ICTP and the Maria Skłodowska-Curie are now open. Other are closed, or the GRC school already was done.
Yeah, any questions? No, thank you. Thank you very much, Simona. So, dear colleagues, and the last one, but not least, it's my presentation about our, currently we have 3 Master of Science program in Moscow State University, which we called in English. So we are, this is programs implemented jointly with different Rosatom companies. Yeah, I put here my best photos from ISSR, IWSR, and others. So the first one, we started from 2019. This is implemented jointly with 12 from Rosatom. So we can try to combine different things. All our students knows about nuclear facilities, so of course radiochemistry, basic radiochemistry. So we try to combined basic radiochemistry with a huge, so a lot of months of practice. Also some specifics of legislation, some pre-sale activities, yeah, and different other things, project management, of course, I think this is the first our program. So currently we about 30 students was finished our program. So next one, it's a field in radiopharmaceutical chemistry. Here we put also project management and some financial features, and also with some GMP requirements and features of transportation of ionizing radiation sources and so on and so on. And the last one, which we start from this year together with TechNap expert and Belarusian State University in the field in spent nuclear fuel management. So it's very interesting and very useful programs with practice in Rosatom companies. So we are welcome, and please join us. Thank you very much. We can talking about later. Thank you very much. Now we have a lunch, and after that, we are welcome.
Good afternoon, dear colleagues. My name is Ilya Afanasyev. I am a researcher of Radiation Safety Division of Scientific and Engineering Center for Nuclear and Radiation Safety. It's a Russian regulatory body, Rostechnadzor. And I'd like to explain you how is working our regulatory system for nuclear facilities decommissioning. And first of all, yes. Thank you. First of all, we have a federal law on atomic energy use. According to this federal law, all nuclear facilities are divided into three main categories. It's nuclear installations, for example, structures, complexes with nuclear reactors, for example, NPPs, ships, and other watercrafts, space and aircrafts, other vehicles, and transportable devices with nuclear reactors, such as structures and complexes with industrial, experimental, and research nuclear reactors, critical and subcritical assemblies, such as structures, complexes, ranges, installations, and devices with nuclear charges or peaceful use, and other structures, complexes, and installations with nuclear materials intended to the production, use, processing, transportation of nuclear fuel and nuclear materials. And we have two possibilities. It can be in federal ownership or in the ownership of Russian legal entities, the list of which is approved by the Russian president. The second category is storage facilities. It's a stationary facilities and structures intended to storage of nuclear materials and radioactive substances, storage of disposal of radioactive waste. And the same, we have two possibilities. It can be in federal ownership or in the ownership of Russian legal entities, unless otherwise provided by federal law. And the third category is radiation sources. It's complexes, installations, devices, equipment, and products not related to nuclear installations, which contain radioactive substances or generate ionizing radiation. And in this situation, three possibilities. It can be in federal ownership, ownership of subjects of the Russian Federation, and in municipal ownership or in the ownership of legal entities. And the last category is nuclear materials. It's materials containing or capable or reproducing fissile nuclear substances. And it can be in federal ownership or in the ownership of Russian legal entities. However, there are nuclear materials that can be exclusively federal property. Their list is approved by Russian president. On this slide, you can see interaction of regulatory bodies and stakeholders in the atomic energy use. And you can see it's a government of Russian Federation and bodies of state regulation of safety in the use of nuclear energy, international organizations in the field of atomic energy use. For example, it's International Atomic Energy Agency, such as organizations providing services in the field of atomic energy use, operators, nuclear facility staff, governing bodies for the use of nuclear energy. And you can see examples of these regulatory bodies. For example, Ministry of Emergency Situations, Rostechnadzor, Rospotrebnadzor, and Ministry of Defense, Ministry of Health, and a lot of different regulatory bodies. And we have people, public organizations, foreign governments, and mass media. And this is a scheme of interactions of these stakeholders. Next slide, please. On this slide, you can see main structure of our regulatory framework. The first level is federal laws and degrees of the government in the Russian Federation. And for example, federal law number 170 FZ on the use of atomic energy, and federal law number 190 FZ on the radioactive waste management. The second level is regulatory acts, federal rules and regulations, which are called, which we called NP. And the third level is guides, guidelines, and safety guides. For example, safety guides in the field of atomic energy use, which is developed by Rostechnadzor, we called RB. Next slide, please. And in accordance with Federal Law 170 FZ, requirements of the safe use of atomic energy, including safety requirements for nuclear facilities, safety requirements for activities in the field of atomic energy use, including goals, principles, and criteria for safety, are established in federal rules and regulations, and which are mandatory for all persons and subjects carrying out activities in the field of atomic energy use in the Russian Federation. And in accordance with degree of the government, number 401 on the Federal Environmental, Industrial, and Nuclear Supervision Surface, it's a Rostechnadzor. The Rostechnadzor authority include the development, approval, and commissioning of federal rules and regulations and safety guides. And in accordance with the order of Rostechnadzor, number 453, the reason of refusing to issue a license may be the non-compliance with the requirements of the federal rules and regulations. And you can see these documents are very important in our country. And in order to promote compliance with these requirements, the safety guides are approved by Rostechnadzor, and they contain recommendations for fulfilling the requirements of the federal rules and regulations, including methods for performing work, techniques, conducting safety review and safety assessing, as well as clarifications and other recommendations on the implementation of the safety requirements contained in the federal rules and regulations. And the next slide, please. And this is main structure of our federal rules and regulations and safety guides. And on this slide, you can see the most important our federal rules and regulations, which are related with decommissioning process and decommissioning planning of nuclear facilities. For example, at the top, you can see in P091, ensuring safety during decommissioning of nuclear facilities, general provisions. It's the name of this document. At the top, federal rules and regulations containing general provisions for ensuring safety during the decommissioning of all categories of nuclear facilities, excluded spacecraft, radiation sources, and radioactive waste disposal facilities. The second level, we have general safety requirements, GSR. It's the same IAA GSR requirements. For example, do you know GSR Part 6, for example? And at this level, we have NP001. It's for NPPs. For example, 022 for ships and other spacecrafts, etc. And these federal rules and regulations establish safety requirements at all stages of the nuclear facility's life cycle, and they include a number of general safety requirements for decommissioning of specific categories of nuclear facilities. And you can see different facilities. And the third level, we have special federal rules and regulations, which is establishing safety requirements for the decommissioning of specific categories of nuclear facilities. And for example, the main document NP012, it's for NPP units, and it's called decommissioning of NPP units. For example, NP028 for research nuclear installations. And all of these documents you can find in official site of Rostechnadzor and my organization. You can see on this slide, second RAS, point.ru. And the next slide. At this slide, I want to explain you our scheme of planning of decommissioning process. For example, we have 4 main stages. The first is siting and design, the second construction, operation, and decommissioning. This scheme is related with all nuclear facilities. And the first step of this scheme is collecting input data, for example, site and facility type and characteristics, safety assessment results, project documentation, organizational structure, and operation aim. Using this input data, we develop decommissioning concept. Decommissioning concept is a document, is the same with initial plan of decommissioning, which is developed by IAA. Maybe you know this document. The second stage, construction, we collect operational history and data in a decommissioning database. For example, this information includes facility modifications, events and accidents, reasons and results of decommissioning option or strategy in IAA language, and data in the decommissioning database, such as project documentation modifications. And we update our decommissioning concept. All of these informations are included in decommissioning database. You can see at the bottom level. And using all of these informations about our nuclear facility, we should develop decommissioning program and decommissioning project documentation. And you can see transition phase after permanent shutdown of nuclear facility. At this stage, we should remove nuclear materials, operational radioactive waste, and other hazardous substances. After that, we must carry out of comprehensive engineering and radiation survey or characterization, and develop decommissioning project documentation. And after that, we can implement our decommissioning process. At the finish of decommissioning of nuclear facility, we should carry out final radiological survey at the last stage of our process. Is it clear? Okay, the next. Decommissioning concept, the initial decommissioning plan analog is the main document of the nuclear facilities decommissioning planning process, which should contain organizational and technical design solutions aimed at safety of decommissioning of nuclear facility. And for example, possible options of nuclear facility decommissioning or decommissioning strategies in IAEA language, and a description of the planned end states of the nuclear facility, such as selected option for nuclear facility decommissioning or decommissioning strategy, criteria, and justification for its selection. The next is the assessment of the total amount, mass, volume, type, category, or class, and activity of radioactive waste generated during decommissioning process. List, description, sequence, and preliminary schedule of the main activities to prepare for the decommissioning and decommissioning of the nuclear facility. And the next is measures to ensure safety in the management of radioactive waste generated during the nuclear facility decommissioning process, including measures for the radioactive waste removal from the facility site for storage or disposal. The next is a list of conditions for necessary revision of the facility decommissioning concept. And the last is procedure for maintaining the facility decommissioning database. For example, techniques and methods for recording, collecting, and storage of the data necessary for decommissioning. The next slide. The main aims of decommissioning concept development at the initial stages of nuclear facilities life cycle include selection of a nuclear facility decommissioning option or strategy, development of appropriate design solutions aimed at its implementation, and assessment of the cost of decommissioning works for the selected strategy. The next is establishment of responsible persons, update periods, methods, techniques for collecting, processing, saving, and protection of the records and data significant to decommissioning. For example, form of database could be paper data, paper and digital data, and a centralized IT system. And the last aim is determination of the necessary measures for safety of radioactive waste management during nuclear facility decommissioning, including identification of required radioactive waste containers and radioactive waste disposal facilities. And you can see a scheme of the main documents of this process. For your memory only. The next slide. And the main safety guides on decommissioning, which were developed by my organization, Scientific and Engineering Center. It's a RB 153 and RB 008. Names of these documents you can see at the slides. And the next slide, please. On this slide, you can see the main structure of decommissioning concept or initial plan, initial decommissioning plan. And I hope this scheme will be helpful for your countries during planning of decommissioning process of all types of nuclear facilities. The first part of this document is introduction, of course, list of tasks solved by the decommissioning concept. Next but analysis of possible impact of the nuclear facility decommissioning on the nuclear facilities, and the list of legal acts taken into account in the decommissioning concept development. The next chapter is the input data, which is included characteristics of the nuclear facility and its site, for example, scheme, 3D models, and maybe other important information. The next is information sources used in the decommissioning concept, for example, paper documents, maybe drawings, etc. And the last is information about the decommissioning database maintenance. The third chapter is named decommissioning options or strategies and selected option. And it includes design solutions aimed at nuclear facility decommissioning, list and description of various alternative nuclear facility decommissioning options, and selected decommissioning strategy. The fourth chapter is works on decommissioning preparation and implementation, and it includes list of works on decommissioning preparation and implementation, and the next sequence and interdependence of works, and the last is estimated decommissioning works duration. For example, maybe Gantt diagram, maybe you know this. And the last chapter is updating the decommissioning concept. It includes scheduled decommissioning concept updating periods, conditions for unscheduled decommissioning concept updating, and information and reasons of changing of the decommissioning strategy. And the last, our slide, I hope it's interesting for you. This is structure of appendices to this safety guide, and it includes 5 appendices, and first appendix it's not interested for you. The second appendix is structure and contents of the decommissioning concept at various stages of nuclear facilities life cycle, and it includes okay, the next appendix number 3 is recommended composition of the records and data significant to nuclear facilities decommissioning that should be included in a decommissioning database. The next appendix is recommendations on development of lists of works on the decommissioning preparation and implementation, including work breakdown structure and diagram of Gantt. And the last appendix is recommendations on planning of works of decommissioning preparation and implementation. And that's all of my presentation. I see it was really interesting for all of you. And thank you for your attention. If you have questions, you can. Okay. Yes. Yeah. Okay. Spacecrafts without reactors it's not nuclear installations, and we don't regulate them. If they stay for long, subject to mass and electrons, they will not be cause of radiation. But we I hope I understand you right. But we should decommissioning, but we should ensure decommissioning of these spacecrafts and ensure safety of another objects in space. There are a lot of methods of decommissioning of spacecrafts, maybe bomb and etc. But it's a nuclear installation because we should, for example, design it, construct it, and operate. And it's a really dangerous process because we test them on the Earth, and I think you understand me. I'm so sorry for my English. What examples? Options, for example. Okay. What strategies? Okay. We have three main strategy. For example, referred dismantling, immediate dismantling, and entombment. And of course, if we have a specific situation, we can use entombment. For example, if we have some accidents, maybe damages, etc. Thank you so much for questions and your attention. And I hope it will be helpful for you. If you want to take this, I can give you. Thank you. Okay. Thank you so much.
Let's start. So what do you think? Our next lection. Good day, dear friends. Yesterday, I in detail introduce myself, so I will not do it now. And today I present you a very interesting topic, and especially for transition for decommissioning and decommissioning, such as knowledge management. Today, I will present you information in knowledge management in general. You can get acquainted with information about main principles of knowledge management, differences between knowledge, information, and data. You know about types of knowledges and how to integrate knowledge management into business processes of management system of organization. And the second part of lecture will be connected to the knowledge management for transition period and decommissioning. And let's start. Next slide, please. The impact of losing critical knowledge was recognized by many nuclear organizations in the late 1990s and early 2000s, when a significant number of first-generation nuclear professionals left the industry or retired, and consequently, the industry lost significant years of knowledge and experience. Due to this problem, knowledge management has been identified as one of the key factors that can contribute to safe, secure, and efficient use of nuclear sciences and technologies. And now knowledge management is a well-established professional discipline in nuclear organizations. The topic of knowledge management system is closely connected to the topic of human resource development and knowledge development at all. And now it's clear that knowledge management is of high importance for nuclear safety. On this slide, you can acquainted with definition of knowledge management that is adopted by IAEA. This definition is focused on the organizational level to support the active and ongoing human resource development programs in place for nuclear facilities and organizations. There is also national level needs related to education, training, human resource development, and technology to allow nuclear organization to effectively implement knowledge management strategies and different methods. For better understanding of the impact of knowledge management activities on the business objectives of a nuclear organization, let's get acquainted with some principles of knowledge management. Principle 1. Organizational knowledge resides in its employees, its business processes, and in science and technology deployed by the organization. The knowledge required for successful conduct of business by an organization will reside in one of the following 3 domains, such as people, process, and technology. when we are talking about people, we understand that organizations use training and qualification programs to transfer relevant knowledge and skills. These programs also create an attitudes of personnel to enable them to perform relevant functions and activities. The second domain is process. And when we are talking about process, we understand that knowledge incorporated in an organization business process. In order to execute business activities efficiently and effectively, organizations introduce standards business processes. And the last one domain is technology. The knowledge associated with the science and technology used by organizations. Usually, this type of knowledge is available in the form of technical documents, such as site documents, plant operation procedures, equipment specifications, and drawings, and in the mind of the employees. Access to technical knowledge is essential for safe and efficient operation. Technical knowledge may be related to scientific, engineering, legal, environmental, and other business requirements. Principle 2. Knowledge required for safe and reliable operation of a nuclear facility may be available from an external organization. So it's clear that nuclear facilities use complex technologies and expertise from different engineering and science disciplines. And often several organizations are involved in the design, construction, and operation of a nuclear facility. Organizations typically obtain specific knowledge in one or more core functions of organization, such as design and engineering, construction, operation and maintenance, regulation and legal matters, nuclear equipment, manufacturing, and so on. As the facility enters the operational phase, it may need expertise and knowledge from design, engineering, construction, and other organizations in order to operate and maintain the facility safely and reliably. For this purpose, a nuclear organization may wish to outsource the supporting functions from external organization to reduce operational costs and associated human resource costs. Knowledge management initiatives need to focus on creating an in-house knowledge base for the successful and efficient conduction of these identified functions that are managed with the organization. Principle 3. Industry operating experience innovation may call for continuous improvement to facility structures, systems and components, regulations and business process. This calls for new updated knowledge to operate and manage the facility. Over the operational life of a nuclear facility, it will be necessary to make several engineering and design changes to the facility structures, systems, and components. And these changes may strongly influence the knowledge needed for sustainable operation of the facility. The incorporation of changes will require education and new knowledge about new technologies. Well-planned and implemented configuration management, along with well-designed knowledge management programs, will help organization in preserving and transferring critical knowledges to support this life extension program. Principle 4. It's useful and necessary to recognize the importance of knowledge management in nuclear industry early in the life cycle of a project. As you know, nuclear facility life cycle, starting from design through construction, commissioning, operation, up to the decommissioning, and may extend over 100 years. Several national and international organizations will participate in all or partly in this long journey. A nuclear organization gains a huge knowledge as it moves through the life cycle phases. The knowledge generated in one phase is beneficial for another phases of operation. It's important to define the key knowledge stakeholders early in the life cycle and ensure that the critical knowledge created, including tacit knowledge, in each of the life cycle phases is captured and transferred so that it's useful in the subsequent phases. Principle 5. Knowledge management initiatives should be aligned with the organization's business objectives. Implementation of knowledge management initiatives involves considerable time and resources for their organization. However, the benefits derived from such initiatives are often realized very late. In order to understand the contribution of knowledge management initiatives, it's important to clearly identify the objective of the program and its links to the overall business objectives, and in particular to the safety and business objectives. On the next slide, you can see a picture illustrates involvement of different organizations during the life cycle phases of a nuclear power program. And as you can see, such organization as government organization, design, development, and technical support organization, regulatory bodies, interested groups, education, training, and human resource development organization are involved for all stages of life cycle of nuclear facility. Principle 6. Knowledge management initiatives or projects should be integrated with organizational business processes and management systems. Knowledge management should not be viewed as an approach that duplicates existing business or management processes. Knowledge management is an integrated, systematic approach. And such approach helps to make an organization's business or management processes more effective. the integration of knowledge management initiatives and actions into processes and procedures of activities ensures that they are perceived as what we do rather than as an optional add-on for standards activities. Principle 7, an open knowledge sharing culture and responsibility by personnel at all levels are keys for success. Successful knowledge transfer initiatives in organization require an open knowledge sharing culture. Organizations may invest significant resources and develop knowledge management initiatives and make them an integral part of the organizational processes, but achieve very few benefits if they are not implemented in personnel at all levels of the organizations. For this is needed extra efforts to improve the reporting and learning culture and to create awareness about the benefits associated with such knowledge management initiatives. Organizations can use different methods to promote a knowledge sharing culture, such as reward and recognition schemes. Leadership and individuals in the organization need to develop a strong knowledge sharing culture. And last principle, number 8, information technology enabled tools and applications play a vital role in supporting knowledge management. As you know, nuclear organizations use large amount of documented information and processes to perform their activities. Information technology applications facilitate efficient storage, easy searching, and effective control of documented information. Organizations use special information technology application to conduct their business functions more efficiently. Intelligence knowledge organization systems really help in managing big data resources. Now let's see difference between knowledge, information, and data. Organizations use and generate large volumes of data as they move through their life cycle. And we need to understand that the data, when viewed independently, may not reveal any meaning. On the other hand, when data are structured or organized, it brings useful information and have added significance. When information are analyzed by experienced personnel, they often provide useful knowledge that adds value to the business. As an organization moves through time, it gains new knowledge through experience. It makes efforts to document such knowledge or transfer it to other employees in order to ensure the sustainability of organizational knowledge. In many cases, it's not only provided in documents, but also in organizational procedures, practices, and norms. Next slide, you can see a picture which explains the connection between data, information, and knowledge. So there are different type of knowledge. A good understanding of different type of knowledge and the ability to differ between them is important for people dealing with knowledge management. Typically, we refer to two knowledge categories: explicit knowledge and tacit knowledge. Явный и неявный. Definition of explicit knowledge provided by IAEA you can see on this slide. And explicit knowledge refers to forms of knowledge that are relatively easy to acquire and are often found in documents. This explicit knowledge is also referred to as codifiable knowledge, because this form of knowledge can be documented. Also, explicit knowledge available in the form of guidance documents, procedures, policies, data stored in paper or computer formats, equipment drawings and specifications, and so on. Definition of tacit knowledge also you can read in this slide. Tacit knowledge resides in the mind of human beings and it's difficult to define. It includes cultural beliefs, values, attitudes, and mental models. Some of the skills, capabilities, and expertise possessed by personnel come under this category. Employers are working in organization for several years, gain experience and develop mastery of skills in certain activities. These skills and knowledge are not always straightforward to transfer to another employee or simple to capture accurately through documents or other forms. It may take several years for a new employer to acquire them by working closely with the possessor of the knowledge and skills. It's difficult to transfer tacit knowledge because it depends on the context of the job or activity and is deeply rooted in action, commitment, and involvement. So many nuclear industry organizations that have implemented process-based management systems have found it beneficial to use knowledge management tools and methods to improve their management process. They use approach in which knowledge management methodologies and processes are part of an integrated management system. And for example, IAEA safety standards like, for example, ISSR Part 2 emphasized that knowledge and the information of the organization shall be managed as a resource. The IAEA safety standards GSG 3.1 tell us that data should be converted to information for the continual development of an organization's knowledge, and senior management should treat information as a fundamental resource that is essential for making factually based decisions and stimulating innovation. To manage information and knowledge, senior management should identify the organization information's need, internal and external sources of information, should convert information to knowledge, ensure appropriate security and confidentiality of information, evaluate the benefits obtained from this, ensure the preservation of organizational knowledge and capture tacit knowledge for appropriate conversion to explicit knowledge. And this picture provides a graphical representation of the manner in which knowledge management can most effectively add value to process-based management systems. Such an appropriate demonstrates the integrated management system. During operation period, organization by using knowledge management system retains the necessary competencies, the adequate nuclear knowledge base sustain. The capture, conservation, transfer, and overall management of design knowledge over the technology lifestyle are very important issue. This important in lifetime extension project, but also for decommissioning to ensure that critical knowledge is preserved and activities are undertaken and implemented in responsible and cost-effective manner. When nuclear facility and site transition from routine operations to decommissioning, there is a need to reconsider knowledge objective, methodologies, and tools, if needed, to make them suitable and relevant to the decommissioning activities and can provide solution to the new challenges. Decommissioning activities are typically project-based and are characterized by rapidly changing environments. This might extend for decades. As a result, requires that knowledge to be transferred across organization and throughout generations. Thus, the management of data, information, and knowledge for decommissioning presents some challenges and constraints and calls for robust and agile knowledge management approaches. Operating facilities and sites which transition to decommissioning are faced in the first place with the need of transferring critical knowledge, which differ from that needed during the operational phase. This is also the case for skills and expertise that are required for such activities and have to be created or outsourced. Early preparation for decommissioning provided greater access to experienced staff whose knowledge and experience is useful for key areas such as plant management strategy and characterization. On next slide, illustrated the evolution of the uncertainty of knowledge needed during the planning. And you can see that uncertainty of knowledge related to decommissioning will decrease in time. To ensure timely and appropriate readiness for decommissioning, organizations should develop a knowledge management plan. And what should knowledge management plan include? First of all, it should include measure on gathering operating experience. One of the first activities undertaken should be collection of the available feedback of experience nationally and internationally. This will help the project team to recognize the critical aspects of the decommissioning project and will provide some benchmarking information. Also, in knowledge management plan, we should planning to provide staff interviews. Interviewing experienced staff during the planning is the best practice in order to fill any important information that may be missing, such as information about leakages, contaminations, incidents, and so on. Also, this plan should include retention plan. It's important to focus on the people issues in preparations for decommissioning. When an announcement of plans to final shutdown is made, personnel outflow will sharply increase as employees begin to seek long-term opportunities elsewhere. If the departure of personnel is excessive, the ability to run the plant to the desired shutdown date may be at risk. And namely, for that, you need a personnel retention program. Ideally, this program needs to be in place when the shutdown announcement is made or shortly thereafter. Also, this plan should include gathering of operational data. Necessary information is more likely to be directly accessible while the plant is operational. Records are intact and their location is known. Timely access to reliable information can speed up decommissioning planning, reduce uncertainty and risks in the planned work, and result in cost in schedule efficiencies. So, and to finalize all presented information, what information we will need to obtain in time for decommissioning. First of all, it's site and facility characterization, information about site and facility characterization. It can be build drawings, technical documentation and description of the facility, results of staff interview, and so on. Also, we can use information from procurement specification records and information on the composition of materials. Very important information about environmental releases records. And also about abnormal occurrences. Also, we need information about termination of pipes, cables, vessels, and other systems of a nuclear facility, because if we don't know this information, it could lead to unexpected hazards. Also, we can use claims from contractors due to lack of data to the contractors could lead to additional and unexpected costs. And so what we can have if we don't need appropriate knowledge management system, and what consequences of subsequent information absence. First of all, it can lead to time and delay for additional and unexpected costs. it can lead to that situation that we should buy more equipment. We should recalculate or re-estimation previous results of our surveys. Of course, it may lead to difficulty on waste estimation and characterizations. And absence of different information can lead to increase of unknowns and risks, unexpected hazards. And to conclude this presentation, I want to say that knowledge management is essential to ensure a successful transition to decommissioning. This includes well-trained and competent staff with operational and decommissioning knowledge, as well as the plant's detailed data required for a safe and efficient transition and decommissioning. Thank you for your attention. And next slide. I want to see your smiles, and you can see quote of Baron von Münchhausen. I understand what your problem is. You are too serious. All stupid things on earth are done with this facial expression. Yes? Smile, gentlemen, smile.
So thank you very much. We have a break. And after that, practice part.